cover. It's alright. What's going on, guys? Been a minute since I've been on this game. Yeah, nothing too crazy going on today. Just gonna do some basic grinding. You know what it is. Got a bit of catch up to do. Uh, all right. God, I forgot how hot my Dark Knight is. Jeez. Goodness, gosh. Okay. Oh, hold up. Let me get the music going here. Cut it down just a little bit though. I don't want that to like blow out y'all's eardrums. There we go. No, not. There we go. That's probably a little bit too quiet for y'all. Alright, so let me cut down my mic just a touch. Put it to there. And there we go. Alright. Let me make sure that we're good on Twitch. Sweet. Alright. Let's go stream. Oh wow, that's terrible. Alright, how do I upgrade that? Oh man, that quality is awful. How do I change that? Yeah, because it looks a lot better on Streamlabs. I don't know why. Let me see. That's fine. Huh. Let's try this. And done. Alright. I mean, that made it a little bit better. Not much, though. Alright, guys. What's going on? Thank you so much for joining the stream. My name is Juice. And, yeah, we're just going to be playing a little bit of BDO today. Nothing too crazy. Might hop over to Where Winds Meet in a little bit and do some stuff over on there. Not going to be a very long stream today, only a couple of hours. But yeah, if you are tuning in, thank you so much for being here. And yeah. Alright. Oh, sorry in advance for the quality of the stream. I am poor, for lack of a better way to put it. If you broke boy, just say so. Well, I is broke boy. So I am probably going to be investing in something to help give you guys a little bit more of a better quality of content here. But it's going to be a minute. So yeah, your patience is appreciated. All right. Now that that's out of the way, let's dive in. Oh wait, hold on. I almost pulled a blue squadron and like started my grind with all of my stuff off. Oops. Alright, let's see. Turn on my ferry. Let me check this really quick. Nope, we're good. Alright. Touch the sky. Oh, by the way, if you're just tuning in, because a buddy of mine wanted me to mention this earlier, all this music is generated by me. My lyrics, my beat, not my voice, obviously. But yeah, so like if you're concerned about copyright or whatever, you're chilling. You don't got to worry about that on this stream. Granted, it's AI made, so like I can't monetize it. But, you know, it's all good. I can't monetize it, but y'all can. Oh, my Dark Knight is so fucking fun to grind with, man. This game is really so much fun. Like, yeah, it's a little pay to win. Not no little pay to win about it. It's a lot pay to win. But it's like, I don't know. Like, really, aside from that ferry that you guys saw me turn on earlier, and my pets, which, alright, good, they still got food. I don't got a red circle going on over there. Let me just double check really quick, though. Ooh, glad I checked. Alright, cool. Now we're good. Oh man, so much fun. But yeah, this game really is just a blast, man. Like, it is... it's kind of funny. So when I first started this game, I was very much a Tuvala Timmy. Just, you know, fresh off of season on my first character, which was my Sage, I think. Either my Sage or my Wizard, one of the two. I'll show you guys my character list later. But it was... I got picked up by a guild called Dysfunctional. My gamer tag was different back then. It was... oh, what was it? I think it was likely Jupiter 64? It was on Xbox, so it was still on console, but I was like playing... I'm on PlayStation right now. Yeah, so I was playing from a different... So like, for those of you who don't know, BDO console is one giant mega server. So all the Xbox people, all the PlayStation people, we all play together on the same mega server, but you can't transfer your account. So whatever console you're playing on, that is, for all intents and purposes, your BDO account. And like I said, this game is a little bit pay to win, so like once you invest certain, you know, some resources, you don't really want to swap if you can avoid it. Just kind of makes things overall super inconvenient. So that's kind of what happened to me. I started up with a guild called Dysfunctional back in the day, and I played with them for a while up until they kind of disbanded. And after that, I kind of got disillusioned with the whole Microsoft thing. This was like, I don't know, something close to 2 years ago, something like that. And, oh nice, all AP crystal, dope. Not the expensive one, but I'll take it. I'll take that dub. Anyway. And so I was with Dysfunctional for a while, and then they disbanded, and I was like, alright, well, I'm gonna move on to other things, because Microsoft was kind of doing their fuckery, or at the start of their current season of fuckery, I should say. Yeah, they've kind of gone downhill pretty heavily since the pandemic. But yeah, so you know that was going on. I was like, all right, well, I don't really see any solid reason to continue to give these guys my money. And admittedly, I am a huge Final Fantasy fan. Like that is by far my #1 franchise. Like if I could, you know, straight out a desert island sort of thing. Give me Final Fantasy 14. Give me Final Fantasy 10. Which, you know, I still can't hear that music without shedding a tear. If you know, you know. If you don't play the game, I promise you, you will thank me for it later. Well, as long as you're an RPG lover. If not, then, you know, go back to Call of Duty or Fortnite or whatever sports or Madden or, you know, whatever game it is that you prefer. No shade, just, you know, it's not for everybody. If you don't like story-driven stuff, probably not a good thing for you to invest in. For me, I love that stuff. Oh, what's up, Odin? I see you in there, man. Thanks for joining, buddy. I'm on Twitch chat, man, so like it's not pulling up on my TV, but I got my monitor up right next to me, so I can see you if you type in here. I just might take me a second, because as you can see, I am currently grinding. Oh wait, Odin, by the way, do you mind if I use it as a guinea pig, bud? So I got a new headset. I don't know if you can tell or not. Can you, can you hear me alright? Can you, like, hear the music alright? Is the sound levels good? Are we chilling, or do I need to make some adjustments, my guy? You just hear me? Okay, so there's no music playing? Alright, hold up. I gotta fix that, because there should be some stuff playing in the background. Hold up. Let me... I'm gonna have to abandon this grind zone. Alright, whatever. All good. GG's. Alright, I'm just gonna go over here for a second. Alright, Odin, do me a favor, bud. When you start to hear some music playing in the background, can you do me a solid and just... Oh, shit. And just, like, drop, like, a thumbs up or something in the Twitch chat? I'd appreciate it, man. Now, let me see. There it is. Let's see. That's weird. It says if it's picking up the music. Let me... What about that? Better? Dope. Alright, cool. Is it too loud, or are we chilling? Sweet. Okay, cool. So you can hear the music. Thanks for being my guinea pig, by the way, man. So, like, obviously I'm new to all this. I just got the, you have slow-mo, so slow me to... I do? Okay. I am learning all kinds of new things today. How do I change that? Let me see. Where's slow... where's the thing? That's gotta be a Twitch thing. How do I... Let's see... where is streaming tools? No. Settings. Here we go. Slow-mo. Where are you? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Huh. I would think that it would be on there. Alright, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Thanks for your patience and for the help, by the way, brother. Good to see you again. Been a minute. We've missed you over on Where Winds Meet, my guy. It's been V and I have been trying to work on keeping that thing alive. Well, not really alive, that's a bad way of putting it. Keeping engagement up. Let me see. You know what? I'm just gonna make this super easy. Let's just use good old Google. Okay, cool. Just type /slow off. So there we go. Found it. Okay. I'll just turn it off for right now. Alright, brother, you should be good now. Go ahead and try typing something in chat. I want to see if it works real quick. Sweet. Alright, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, bro. All good, all good, all good. By the way, so all this music is AI generated. It's my lyrics, it's my beats, just obviously not my voice. I don't sound like that. I fucking wish I sounded like that. You kidding me? The amount of times I'd get laid in a day if I could sing like this motherfucker? Jesus Christ. Oh Lord, Hugh Hefner, who? But yeah, so if you like some of the songs that you're hearing, go ahead and I think it's still on my page. I used to have a SoundCloud with all this, but after all that AI stuff dropped with the legality aspect, I kind of, took it down. But I have all the files and I still make new stuff. So like, yeah, you want some? Let me know. I'm happy to send some your way. Otherwise, good to see you, brother. Let's get back to the grind, shall we? Alright, back to it, man. I will say I forgot how fun this combat is. It is truly incredible. And now that we finally got, on console we've always kind of been the middle child. Like you've seen that meme with the parent holding their child above the pool. That's Korea. And then the child that's like in the pool and then paddling, trying to stay afloat. That's or that's not Korea. That's PC is the one that's being held up. The one that's like being barely keeping their head above the water, that's mobile. And then console's the skeleton corpse at the bottom of the pool. But we're here, we're alive. And now that we finally, we don't have the Windows 7 graphics going on, it's a little bit more fun. I don't know, I think you put on Xbox, right, man? Was that just a PC thing? Or did Xbox have better quality? I mean, am I wrong, though? Okay, fair. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about then. You were definitely the middle child for like a long fucking time. Oh. One day, I will finally be able to leave Hongland prison. Stepping into this place, I almost feel like the need to create a macro and just drop it in chat every time I come in here. Prisoner number 2176658 reporting to Gulag to serve my sentence of, you know, 3,000 fucking pieces of Dawn's essence, or essence of Dawn. Oh well, at least my Dark Knight's fun to look at while I do it. I turned wrong. Oh well. Oh man. Like I said, AI voices. I obviously cannot fucking sing like that. I wish. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Here in Ataraxia, right? I really gotta figure out a way that I can, like, get this Streamlabs thing to pop up on my TV. So I can, like, not have to constantly be turning my head back and forth. I think I got to, invest in a, what are they called? There's like video cards that you can connect your PlayStation to your PC with for streaming. Make things a little bit easier. But we'll see. One day. One day I won't be poor boy. If you broke boy, just say so. I is broke boy. I is broke boy who prefers to keep both of his kidneys inside of his body. That's awesome though, dude. Heck yeah. So, like, gosh, I don't think the last time that we played together was right around the same time that you left Where Winds Meet, right? So have you just been on BDO since then? Or what have you been up to, man? Dude, honestly, I barely. There were so many new people. I didn't even like get time to go through all of it. I was too busy trying to figure out all the new mechanics that they have for that stuff. The instance thing, by the way, what are your thoughts on some of that? So like, I'm pretty sure that we can all mutually agree that Thunder Chicken needed to go, so that's definitely a dub. But as far as the rest of it, like that whole instance thing, where it's like, you have to enter into a private instance with your guild to be able to even run the bosses. I can see how that could be a benefit for like FPS rate drops, but I don't know. It kind of seems a little bit tedious for me, because it's not like other guilds could attack the bosses that you summoned anyway, you know, right? Like they were untargetable. I don't know, man. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I know who you are, man. There was just like, what, at least 7 or 8 new people that were, yeah, I know who you are, Herc. It's the Guardian, right? The like big step on me mommy Guardian with the, what's it called? Mountain of Eternal Winter set? Or, no. Yeah, I think that was you. Yeah, that was right in the Mountain of Eternal Winter set. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, because it was you, me, and, oh, what was his name? Was it Dots? It was, I don't know. I remember him as being, like, kind of cool and then kind of weird at times. I remember if I wasn't on my Dosa or on my Dark Knight, I was on my Guardian. Oh, you like it? Alright, that's cool. Yeah, so I'm guessing that it kind of takes some getting used to, but then it's just kind of like anything else. It's like well, not exactly like riding a bike, but like once you've learned how to ride it, you know, it's a little awkward at first, but then you're chilling. Oh, okay. I think Amber runs the Discord. It's either Amber or Rosie, but Rose and Grumpy are pretty much checked out. Like, I don't even think they've been on BDO in a while. I was talking to them at Bosses for Where Winds Meet last week, like literally right before V and I hopped over to BDO. And they were like, BDO, what is that? But yeah, I think that Rosie is still technically the Discord mod. I mean, I don't know if you care or not, but if you want that fixed, they would probably be the ones to talk to. Either Amber or Rosie. Well, aside from that, man, how you been? What other games have you been getting into? Woo-wee! Oh, that was nice. Good, man. Glad to hear it. You gonna play Crimson Desert when it drops? Oh, Days? I've heard that game's fun. I haven't had the chance yet, because, you know, Where Winds Meet kind of has my money. I've spent way too much fucking money on that game. How is it, though? That's the like horror shooter zombie survival game, right? I mean, honestly, dude, I get it. The energy gating thing is like a bit of a problem. It's no, yeah. If you think like I'm trying to cast judgment, I'm not, man. Not even in the slightest. I understand. Um, Days. Oh, just a survival game? Okay. Okay. I was thinking about looking into that. Cause I tried what's it called? It's totally okay to give me shit for this, by the way. I've been playing a lot of RuneScape Dragon Wilds lately. Just like nostalgic for some early 2000s stuff, right? That game is fun. I gotta admit, like I was not expecting a RuneScape survival crossover to be as much fun as that game is. It's a blast, man. I might hop onto it later on. Yeah. So the it's funny. I had side note. This song is playing right now. I had it. I had the AI generate kind of like a upbeat thing, and I had it help me with the lyrics. This is based off of BDO. So like, if you listen to it. I made this song like maybe a week or two before I left the game. Well, stepped away for a bit. Can you tell that I was a little upset with the way that the devs were taking the game? Mandatory guitar solo. Oh, hell yeah. Welcome back, man. No, I feel you though with the Where Winds Meet thing with the energy. Um, so they did make a couple of changes. They So I think it's after level 80, you don't need to do, like, you know those challenges that they would have you do? Where it's like, if you wanted to break through, you have to clear, you know, these certain mobs in a certain time frame. Yeah, that is only applicable up until like level 75, I think. And then from the breakthrough from 80 on, which we're on level 85 right now. 90's dropping in a little bit. Yeah, that's gone. Okay, yeah, that's gone now. So like, it's still there for early on, mostly to keep people like, not necessarily as like a gatekeeping thing, but kind of as a skill check, for lack of a better way of putting it. I like doing that, having to break through. Oh, I thought you said, okay. You gotta do a challenge to get to the next level. Wait, so you like the challenge or you don't like the challenge? Okay, you don't like it. Okay. Yeah, so that's gone. Like the last, I think, 2 from 75 to 80, and then from 80 to 85. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so that's not a thing anymore. It's a thing up until level 75, I think, and then for every breakthrough past that, it's not a thing. So they removed that. The energy thing is still a bit of a problem, but they give you so many of those pillow pills now that it's not as big of a problem as it used to be. And I guess, so there's a streamer that I follow, his name's Blue Squadron. He plays BDO, he's pretty big in BDO as well, but on the PC version. But he's huge in Where Winds Meet. And they paid him and another streamer to go out to China and like have a meet and greet with the devs, and like he spent like a week with them. But I saw on his stream that he had spoken to the devs about the energy thing, or about some of the gating concepts that they had installed in. And I guess it's pretty common feedback that they've gotten that, you know, people even in China don't really like it too much. It doesn't seem like they're gonna do anything to outright get rid of it, because like the idea is, how can I put this? You don't want the gap between new players and veteran players to be uncrossable, you know? But then there are the people like me who, if we could, we just grind that game, you know, all day long. BDO, they counter that by having one of the most punishing gear upgrade systems of any game I have ever played ever. So it's like, you know, you almost, like, in order to like truly catch up with the end game players, you kind of need to fork up your left kidney. To avoid that, they put in the energy system. And how they're countering it is they're giving you different options. So like the energy system doesn't apply to things like PvP. So you can still get XP from PvP and Perception Forest, whether it be 1v1s, 3v3s, which 30v30s, which is now a thing, Guild Wars, which is now a thing, you know, world bosses, stuff like that. None of that takes energy. They have a bunch more new mini games. I don't know, man, they're adding a lot more new content. And then we're getting like a whole new region here in, I think it's like April. I think, yeah, that's April. So I know that we're getting the katana, the hang sword, in like late March. And then I think the Hexy region is dropping in April, like mid to late April, early May, something like that. And it's going to be like 3 whole new zones. Like we're getting a massive fucking Elden Ring-like desert zone. It's kind of like a cross between like Elden Ring, like lights and sort of background effects, and the Valencia desert, for lack of a better way of putting it. But the graphics are on steroids. It's insane. So that's coming pretty soon. That's going to come with a whole bunch more stuff. So like, if I were you, because I know that you were looking at, like, the energy thing is a big problem for you and the breakthrough thing is a big problem for you, I would give it probably until Hexy drops, if I were you, before I were to come back. Not to say that we don't want you back. We would love to have you back. I will clear room for you in a second in the guild, and B will back me on that. But just kind of like from what I remember of your playstyle, I'd wait. Just give them a little bit more time to cook. But by like last week of April, first week of May, honestly, man, you'll have so much stuff to do. It'll be months and months and months of them absolutely not doing a damn thing before you would run out of stuff to do. Yeah. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. But otherwise, man, I am part of the reason why I'm kind of like stepping up the gas on this whole streaming thing is I'm going to start making guides and like content stuff for the guild and where wins meet. So yeah, like if you got questions or if, you know, you want advice or like a general direction, feel free to ask away. We got a lot of like really knowledgeable people. I'm trying to build a Sithis. I want our guild to have a Sithis. If that motherfucker would just join, it would make my life so much easier. But I get it, you know, he's a BDO Andy. This is like his baby. He's not going anywhere. But yeah, man, in any event, long-winded way of saying, whenever you feel comfortable coming back, we'd love to have you. But, you know, as your friend, I would recommend waiting probably another month before you make your return, just so that way you have more stuff to do, right? Like, I don't want you re-downloading it and then immediately, like, a week and a half, 2 weeks later, you're like, all right, well, shit. Now I'm back where I was, you know? Give it, like, another 3 to 4 weeks, and then that'll be a very different story. But it's crazy, man. I have missed this game, though. Not gonna lie. The endless grind is where you can just kind of like turn your brain off for a little bit. It's nice. Gotta get back to catching my dragons like infinity stones on this game, you know? I've been too lax. Gotta get my my crimson and my neuver. Ah. Box before I could turn off my UI. Alright. forgot how beautiful the combat on this game is. Ugh, I gotta fix my headset. These guys can't kill me. You hit like wet noodle. Oh, what's this? Oh, what the heck just happened? Alright, cool. My TV cut out for a second. I was like, what the heck is going on here? Alright, checking the stream, make sure it's not too far off. Alright, we're chilling. Cool. I don't know what that was. My whole, like, television just went black screen for a split second there. That was weird. Oh well. We back. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. That was weird, Odin. Like, I'm not sure, you know, glitch in the Matrix kind of moment. Oh well. One of these days, man, I'll get like emojis and, you know, things that people can spend, what are they called? Like bits? Like the things that you get for watching a stream for a certain amount of time. And you can like redeem them in chat. I want to get those set up, I just don't know. Full disclosure, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing on this thing. So it's like, all of this is new. I had some stuff set up a long time ago, but I don't think any of it's carried over. Like for example, when I get a new sub, I'm supposed to get like a little pop-up at the bottom that has like a lion's roar sound effect thing. And this kind of cool little like stalking lion animation that I had created, but I'm pretty sure that's gone. I can remake it, it's just, you know, kind of a pain. Hey Odin, have you ever played Dark Knight before? Or have you kind of always been a Guardian dude? I mean, I don't blame you if that's the case. Muscle mommy, you know, but... just curious. This is a banger. This is a great little haul, man. I'm kind of cooking this run. Let's see, how many essences do I have so far? Jeez, dude, not bad for a fucking, how long I've been at this? Hour? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn, bro, I'm looking at like a Billy. I'm looking at like a Billy. Just in fucking Dawn, or the Dawn's crystals in the trash loot that I got so far. This is a solid little run. I'm not even halfway full on weight. Hell yeah. The RNG gods are blessing me today. Woo, there's another. Alright, there's 9, baby. You're dropping like crazy. Should go to Histria. Shit. Try and get my Elton piece. No, they have the like painting landscapes now, huh? I don't need to go to Elton. I can just grind here. Woohoo, okay. I might do that with the next box full. Another banger. Man, I really was on one when I made these. I was on a good little streak. What? Oh, I just changed out of it. Damn it. Whatever. I really do need to go lock, like, basically all of Succession's kit. I keep on, like, accidentally swapping over to it, and I don't need to. Then it throws off my cooldown rotation and everything else. What? Why are you so slow? You're not supposed to move slow. Stop moving slow. farther than I expected to there. Oh, they're all dead. Y'all aren't supposed to give me downtime unless I have the fox guy up. Killing y'all too quick, huh? There we go. Fox, get over here. Kill these motherfuckers. Alright, let's turn off my AI, or my UI. No. No. Again. There we go. Alright. Now we're chilling. Oh, I'm up to 9 now. Hell yeah. One more and I got a even Billy. AKA one tap for one of these. Oh man. One of these days, Odin, I will graduate to Golden Pig Cave from the gulag that is Honglin Base. So I'll move from this cell to the cell 5 feet over. At least I don't gotta walk in a massive circle to try and grind rotation anymore, right? Makes it a bit easier. I know. I got the little viewer icon. I know you're still here, bro. Thanks for sticking around, by the way, man. Good to talk to you again, my guy. Hey, don't mind me. I'm just, you know, vibing with the music. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. You know, as a broke university student, I would very much prefer to keep both my kidneys inside of my body, if at all possible. You know, with student loans these days, that might be a bit of a tough sell. So any sort of support, I greatly appreciate, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, sorry I'm not like... So, I have my TV mounted up on the wall, right? And then my computer is to the right of me. And my TV is to the left of me. So whenever I like go to interact with chat, because so like, I couldn't find a way to stream directly to Streamlabs from the PlayStation. I have to go through PS Remote Play, which is annoying because like if I want to just stream directly to Twitch from the PlayStation 5, I can, and then chat will pop up on my TV, and then, you know, it's a non-issue. And then I can't use this headset, and I can't like do all of the other things, like my effects, and, you know, send out the notices and all of that stuff, all the monitoring stuff. So my head's kind of on a swivel right now. That's why you're seeing me miss or like overshoot some of these combos, because I'm going from the game when like as this combo is going on right now, for example, right? I'm getting hit by those two surviving mobs. I was looking over at chat. So it takes some getting used to, but I'll get there. I think I need to, a buddy of mine told me that I need to invest in, they're like video cards, basically. And they're ports where I plug one end into the PS5 and then the other end into, what's it called, into the PC. And then that should, being the key word there, solve the problem. But we'll see, you know. It's gonna be a little bit before I can do that. But are you gonna be at Bosses tomorrow? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, Where Winds Meet stuff got canceled for this week because this is kind of embarrassing. We got DPS checked on the new raid content. So it's like we made it through the first one and we got to the second boss, and, you know, even with fucking 4 people pushing 1 million DPS, myself, Grumpy, and 2 others, we still couldn't clear the last boss in time. Yeah, Oof is right, bro. It was rough. So like V and I are trying to come up with ways to keep people engaged and also kind of like promote, you know, people to kind of get on that grind. Because last week was an eye-opener. And I'm so busy with, you know, between school and work, I just don't, there aren't enough hours in the day. Part of the reason why I'm doing this, actually, I'm doing a like a test stream basically on BDO, and then I'm gonna start making content for the guild, post it to YouTube. You know, let new players kind of avoid some pitfalls, help some people out. You know the deal. But yeah, last week was kind of embarrassing. We went like, I think like at least 5 or 6 runs on the last boss, and we just kept on getting hard DPS checked right at the last third of the health. So it's like, you know, you're on the momentum. You're like, all right, guys, great job. You know, we're just a little bit more, and then fucking one-shot mechanic, full wipe because DPS check failure. It's rough. It was a bit of a rough time. But yeah, so I'll for sure be at bosses tomorrow. I do really like that they got rid of Thunder Chicken. That dude was freaking annoying. Especially for you, the Guardian players who couldn't really move very much. Y'all were getting one shot like every time he would launch that AoE mechanic. Like without failure, just rip. You do the Edonia stuff yet? Okay. Yeah. Dude, I didn't know that they, yeah, I'm trying to get there myself. I'm still a little ways away. But dude, I didn't know that they changed Dark Rift so much. Since when have you been able to get like fucking 1.5 to 2 billion just for doing your weekly Dark Rift runs? Like in gold bars. It was insane. I walked it like I was on my way to Fair. It is the last one yesterday, I think. Either yesterday or the day before. Then all of a sudden I look down and I'm like, oh shit, I have, you know, 1,400 million each gold bars. And like 60 of the 10 million ones. I was like, what the heck? When did that start? All of a sudden they made it worth it beyond the I don't know what they're called. The stones that you use to get your Karazhan the deck. You can only get from those. Like ain't nobody need to AFK fish anymore. Jeez. Oh, right, that's what I was gonna do. Oops. Alright, hold on. Un momento, por favor. They can't kill me. just to be, yeah, this is gonna take me a minute. One more. There we go, there he is. Alright, there we go.
Drop so big it splits the tide. Baseline fever can't hide, can't hide. Drop it low, let it go, let it burn, burn.
it up. Might as well. Alright. Oh, wait. Lost the chat. There we go. Oh, shit. What's up, Plug? Thank you so much for the follow, brother. Appreciate it. Good to see you, my friend. The life skilling guru of the BDO console universe. The man who is single-handedly responsible for every fucking Pan Manos chair that has been on the market in the last 27 months. Good to see you, brother. Welcome to the stream, my friend. And thank you again for the follow. See, even Odin's happy that you're here, man. That's, Odin is Urk, by the way, in Guild. What's this? I'm gonna skip this one. Next one. There we go. There we go. That was to end of a rom-com credit scene, not grind music. I won't let him text. Oh, what? I didn't even know that I had a thing. Odin, I appreciate you, brother. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Followers only any. There we go. Yeah. Alright, brother, you should be good. Plug, you should be able to type now. Sorry, man, I'm very new to all this. I'm trying to, like, figure out all the do's and don'ts. What's up, Plug, my guy? Welcome, 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 my friend. Welcome. How you been, man? I haven't seen you in a minute. Shit. Did you like my my little montage that I gave you earlier? The man single-handedly responsible for, you know, every fucking Pan Manos fishing chair sold on the market in the last 27 months. The life-skilling god of console BDO. Hey man, you're richer than the rest of us put together, so you know, that's pun intended, shameless plug. Less of a, yeah, I'm back in BDO for a little bit. I heard that they were finally giving, you know, my beautiful Dark Knight here a buff at long last. And I'd heard that they made some other changes to the game that I felt a little bit positive about, so I thought that I'd kind of dip my feet in. Joined in for bosses last week, and plan on doing it again tomorrow. It's not necessarily that I'm taking a break from Where Winds Meet. It's more like I've done all of the things. Like I have no more progression. Well, that's not true. I do have some progression left that I could do. But I would rather just kind of like wait for the new content to drop as opposed to dumping my resources and like, you know, another 15 to 20 hours of grinding just to like actually have nothing left. I'd rather like give me a little bit more leeway. Or not leeway, like more shit to do when I come back, you know? But no, I'll pop over there in a little bit. Show you what I'm working with. It's a fun game though, man. As soon as it drops on Xbox, I would personally love to see you there. It really is a hell of a lot of fun. It's like Dark Souls meets Sekiro meets... I don't know. It'll be easier to just show you. I'll do it later. Yeah, Odin. I mean, it's like I said earlier, this game is kind of like, you know, once it's gotcha, it's gotcha. It is by far... I think that, like, honestly, the biggest thing with BDO is it ruined combat for every other game for me, you know? Because it's like even Where Winds Meet, which in my opinion is the second best MMO or MMO light, depending on how you want to categorize it, combat system that I've played. It's still like, it's not this, right? Like you can do combos, but like this is just beautiful and it's just engaging. Where Winds Meet is, but in a different way. It's more parry heavy, which is why I compare it to Sekiro. I took a break. Where Winds Meet, I focus on BDO. Nice, dude! Almost 800 gear score? Fuck yeah, dude! Wait, so... Well, no, Sithis is probably still on top, right? For, like, overall gear score in the guild. He's still the, like, final boss of the guild. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I was surprised to see him on, you know, my smoky boy Dosa at bosses last week. I was sad to hear about what they did to Hash. But you know, I'm glad that he's enjoying the class. It's a fun class to play. You know, I made it for a reason. Plug, I'm so sorry, man. I completely forgot that, like, you had been on Where Winds Meet. My bad, bro. Things have been a little wacky between classes and running the guild and everything else. To say that I've been scatterbrained would be an understatement. You know, we're alive. My sanity is still mostly intact, at least. At least I like to tell myself that at night. Helps me sleep better. Wait, so if you're pushing 800 gear score, then you've probably done the Adania regions by now, right? Oh, I'll show you in a second. I got my, I was telling Urk this earlier. So I had no idea that they had buffed Dark Rifts that much. Like, it was fucking insane. I did my Dark Rifts for the first time in, like, months earlier today, and I walked away with, like, 2 bill in just fucking gold bars. It was insane. Like, not even everything else, like, just in gold bars. I was like, alright, who needs AFK fish anymore, you know? It's a little crazy. So between that and the, like, I was sitting on just under 20 billion worth of just legit raw materials for life skilling stuff from my worker empire. So I sold, like, Yeah, I noticed. Um. Oh hell yeah! Good on you for finishing the armor, dude. Yeah, I did notice that. I did notice that. Yeah, I think I got like something close to 3.5, 4 billion last week just from doing bosses. So it was insane, you know, almost double what I'm used to it being. You know, they still haven't touched Garmoth yet. I still only got my 2.5 Kron stones from there. But you know, that's at least some things don't change. But no, yeah. So I used that you know 1.5, 2 billion that I got from doing Dark Rifts earlier today to put the finishing touches on my sub-sovereign weapon. So it's like I probably blew through, I don't know, at least 7 billion, maybe something closer to 8 billion in life skilling stuff, just like raw materials that my workers have collected over time. Like I'm like logs and stuff like that. And I cashed all that in for the 20,000 Caphras that I needed to get my sub weapon, and I did that a few days ago. And now I have all 3 weapons at fiery, so I have the Garmoth heart, the inverted Garmoth heart, and all of them. And they're all at least pen, and then my awakening weapon is still at hex. Then I got 2 Fallen God Silence, 2 Distorteds. I'll show you in a second. Gotta listen to the mandatory guitar solo. Alright. Yeah, there he is. Alright. Now that the fox is gonna come up, I can show you without dying. So this is all, by the way, plug, just to like, look at this shit. I've been streaming for an hour and a half. Legit, all of this is from that hour and a half. This is a bill right here. This is either a bill or 1 tap for one of these. But yeah, that's what I'm working with right now. So, you know, it's nothing too crazy. And then I got, you know, wow, almost 30,000 trash loot. That's probably, that's a little bit, you know. It's probably like 600 mils, something like that. I know, bro, for real, you ain't lying. My RNG has been fucking insane this run. I ain't complaining though. I was telling Urk I should probably make a trip over to fucking Histria. With this RNG, like with this blessing that I'm getting, dude, I you know, that Elton piece, man. That Elton piece is calling for me. I've been sitting on that Vodkin piece since I like started playing the game, basically. What was that, almost 2 years ago? Still no Elton piece. With this RNG though, man. I would, you never, that piece might drop. Yeah, you ain't wrong. But I hear that they got like a, like I don't actually have to go to history anymore to grind the pieces. Okay. Alright, yeah, I will do that, because I think... How am I doing on weight? Yeah, I can go burn some weight real quick. Then I'll activate the paint and come back. how you know you've been an inmate at Honglim prison for too long. I don't even need my UI on, and I already know the exact direction to run in to get to the merchants. Inmate number 28547. Briefly stepping away from the gulag. Oh shit, there we go. 600 milli. Not bad. I like that. Alright, so I'm guessing it's under adventure. There we go. Alright, back at it. Back at it again with the guitar solo. I know, right? Not bad for a single haul though, because that means that in the last hour and a half, yeah, because I've only been streaming for an hour and a half, between the dawn drops and that trash loot that you guys just saw me cash in, because I only had like 150 mil before that. I'm sitting at like 776, I think, right now. So that puts me up, what, 620 million? Plus the, you know, so I'm at, plus the essence, so that's like 1.6 billion in an hour and a half. Not bad. Not a bad haul for Honglim Prison. I can do 1.6 bill an hour, you know? I'll take that. Nice. Alright, let's see. But yeah, Odin, I meant to say this earlier, man, but I am going to be streaming a lot of the Where Winds Meet content that I'm doing tomorrow. Just for like the, like some of the new, like there are a couple new world bosses that I want to run, and like I want to run through some Perception Forest and other PvP stuff. So, if you want to see kind of like where the game's at now, feel free to either tune in or, you know, I post all this stuff to YouTube as well. Under the same name, just Million Juice 92 instead of Million Juice, because some person already some incredibly kind person stole my name on YouTube already, so I had to change it up a little bit. But yeah, man. So like, if you want to like actually get a hands-on for what it's like, check out that stuff. Yeah, it's fun. It's a little crazy though. Oops, sorry about that. Actually, I'm gonna turn this one up. This is a good song. Hey guys, if the music gets too loud, please let me know in chat. I am trying to figure out like that sweet spot for this. Alright, let's put it here. Sweet, thank you, brother. Appreciate that, Oak.
bass, it's dynamite. Boom, boom, boom. Feel the room explode.
Alright, what are we looking at?
She said, keep running, don't look back. This is your time, stay on track. We're not built to fade or fall. Chasing stars, we're chasing gold. They said no, but here we go. Turn it loud, let the world know.
Oh, cool. I will say, it is so nice that I will never again have to actually use these fucking Kaffir stones for anything. After making, saving, and spending like 60 fucking thousand of them things so I can get my sovereign weapons. I'm very happy to be passing off that pain to somebody else these days, because that is crazy. More money for me. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think I should go for next? Do you guys think that I should, you know, try and grind for like Golden Pig Cave? Like to be able to get to Golden Pig Cave? Basically, like, should I focus on penning the last of my Karazods, stepping my necklace, and, you know, at least getting one more silent? Or should I kind of take this insane RNG that I've been getting and just basically stay here for at least until I run out of pain and just like treasure piece grind? What do y'all think? Thanks, man. Liking the music, Odin? There you are.
Lights flash, blind my sight, chasing shadows in the night. Wires hum, can't be fake. What's real when everything breaks? I'm not a puppet on your string, not your broken digital thing. Shadows circuit, I won't fall. Burn your wires, hear my call.
Got another one. Oh, I love this song. Plug. You wanna know something tragic about that free 10 Black Star? I don't need it anymore. I don't think you can sell it because it's like the ones that they give you for the rewards, right? Like the I don't know what it's called. That menu, right? I don't think you can sell those ones. And if the Olvia Academy one is anything like it, then for me, it's going to be a nothing burger of a free Pen Black Star. Because I have all my Sovereign weapons already. But, you know, if I can sell it, that's a nice little... God, what are Penn Black Stars going for these days? You can't sell it? Damn. Okay. Ah, bummer. Oh well. I was gonna say, you know, if I could get that, I was gonna get on, you know, not quite your tax bracket, but close to it. If you're Bill Gates of BDO, I'll own like a Patagonia shop, couple Taco Bells, maybe a Subway. But hey, one day. One day I'll catch up to your level of wealth, my friend. One day I won't be poor boy no more. I would buy the Tet. Use the item depend. Oh yeah, because you get the hammers, right? That might not be a bad idea. Yeah, because Tets only go for what, 7 bill, 8 bill. So then, like, since I already have my sovereigns, I don't really need them, and I can't like not collect the hammers while I'm doing everything else. So no, that makes sense. Thanks for the advice, man. I appreciate that. Let's see, how we doing? Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go probably another, I don't know, half an hour. A little bit more than that here at BDO. And then I think I'm going to hop back over to Where Winds Meet. I got some content I need to make over there on there. For the guild. Yeah, and those hammers, they're guaranteed? Wait, really? So like, each individual hammer is a one tap for a pen? Or like, all of them total combined guarantee you a pen? Woo! Alright, I celebrated. I got something. What did I get? What did I get? What did I get? I no see it. What did I get? Don't tell me that that Faint Origin of Dark Hunger was it. If that was it, I'm gonna be pissed. No, the hammer, but there's one either. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, that's still a, you know, basically a free 10 billion. Because the cost of the Tet will probably take like what, 5 to 7 billion, something like that. So then once I go through Olvia, I could use that to collect a free 10 billion, basically. Walk away with 20. Oh, actually, I might be able to use that to get my one of my other armors up to silent. Because I know that you get the, well, I heard that you got the free silent Fallen God armor from Olvia, which will then put me at all silent and then 1 distortion. So then I'll just, yeah, I can just use that extra 10 billion. That'll put me at like 27, 28. Well, that'll put me at like 18, and then I'll sell the one that I have, the Disto, for, I don't know, however much it's worth, like 27, 22 to 27 billion. If anything else, I might have to grind like 2 weeks of bosses, 2 weeks of bosses in Dark Rifts, and then I should be able to get all silent pieces. Then I'll at least have most of the DP of the defense that I'll need to be able to grind at Onio zones. At the very least, I should be able to start doing Dark Seekers by then. I won't have the AP for like Golden Pig Cave or anything like that yet, which is fucking crazy what they did to Pig Cave and Star's End. Since when the fuck do you need to be like 2,000 fucking AP to grind Star's End? That's ridiculous, man. Just made the chair. Just make the chair. There. Plug, I don't have your life skilling skills, man. Like, my life skilling skills is straight up fishing. Like, I don't even, like, I actually sold my, you're gonna give me shit for this, I know. But I was using the blue fishing stuff. The cryo, not the cryo, the one that you could upgrade. And then the blue fishing clothes, not the Manos one, the one underneath it. I've been using that this whole time. Like, as long as you and I have known each other. Yeah, I know, Odin. I know. It's bad. I know. In my defense, you know, I really only used it for AFK fishing. So, there's that. But, I know it's not much of a defense, but, you know, for what it's worth. But I sold them. I got, like, I think it was, like, 3 billion for the clothes, and then a little bit less than 1 billion for the chair. I know. Well, yeah, I sold them so I could get the last of the Kaffir stones that I needed. Yeah, the what's it called? I sold them so I could get the last like 3.5, 4 billion that I needed for Kaffir stones, so that I could get my Sovereign sub-weapon. Basically, I got impatient, and I was like, alright, so, you know, this life skilling stuff, like my materials, the raw materials, I was selling those like crazy, but it was probably like 2 billion a day, roughly, and I just got lazy. I got impatient, and I was like, alright, you know, once I got to that like 16.5, 17-ish range, I was just like, alright, just fuck it, you know, whatever it is that I can sell, that I can just liquidate to get this shit, let's do it. So now my life skiller is butt-ass naked. I can hurt to fly. What's it called? So now my life skiller just sitting butt-ass naked with like full fucking pre-on gear, but no clothes and no chair. So that's what this money and what boss money tomorrow is gonna go to. I'm going to at least put up an order for some Manos clothes, and then I'll probably I love this song. And then I'll probably like start saving up for a chair. So keep making them chairs, man. Keep making them chairs for me, Plug. Once I get, you know, 25 bill liquid, I will happily throw that your way, my guy. Because all that I'll need, well, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to save up for my silent armors. Because I think you get one, I think I was saying this earlier, but you get one for free from Olvia Academy. And then that'll just leave me with one more. Oh, hell yeah, thanks man. Made 10 pen Manos chairs, just casually sitting on fucking $250 billion. Plug, what's it like to be a member, what's it like to be Elon Musk in BDO? What's it like to have all of the, literally all of the fucking money? Like, if I'm never gonna be able to interact with the 1% of the 1% in the real world, you know, I can live vicariously through you, right? Like, that's okay? Fun. Just don't go buying any islands now, alright? $1.1 billion. Justin Dawn dozens. Hell yeah. Let's see. Alright, yeah. Alright guys, so I got about another like 10 or so-ish minutes on this game, and then I'm gonna hop over to Where Winds Meet for a little bit. Just so that y'all aren't like, oh my god, what is he doing? I thought he was back on BDO. I am. I just, I need to make some content for the guild. V and I were trying to find ways to boost engagement. And I figure, you know, giving the guildies, especially new players, once they, you know, start coming in, somebody who's knowledgeable or like a resource that they can talk to and interact with that's like not some, you know, big content creator or YouTuber that they like quote unquote have to subscribe to. And even then, their questions will probably just get ignored unless they're a first-time chatter. No, we're not necessarily having trouble finding new people, Odin. It's more like it'll be easier to show you. So in order to, like, we're at cap. Like, we can't take any more people. Like, if you guys, like, if you wanted to come back, then obviously, you know, I'd clear room myself. But recruiting people isn't necessarily a problem. It's more, how do I put this? Recruiting people that share the same time zone and that aren't so far behind that they can't really participate in the guild events, like the raids and the stuff like that. We're getting a lot of new people. It's just like nobody's really at the requirements, and a lot of people are confused about, you know, what should I invest my, like, the talents, for example, right? Like, a lot of people don't know that the most efficient way to level talents is to literally just go balls to the wall on one of them and to just do it one at a time, right? And then other people, like, they don't know, like, how to get ebon iron ore, for example, to do upgrades, or like, you know, how to get the materials to do like the damage over time stuff, like the fire and the water and the poison and all that, right? So, and then there's just the obvious, you know, mech stuff. I want to give people a resource that they can talk to, that's somebody that they can actually communicate with. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to be out of town for a couple months this summer. So I kind of need to get all that in place before I leave. Because, like, I won't be contactable. I'll probably be offline for at least 2 months. Probably a little bit more than that if I'm being honest. Maybe like 2.5. So I'd like to either have those resources in place, or... Like, I was telling Vetus, what we need in our Werewoods Meat Guild over in Garmoth, we need a Sithis. Like, we need somebody in Werewoods Meat that is Ataraxia's Sithis in BDO. Like, 100%. We need somebody who's, like, the sweatiest of the sweaties, knows the game inside and out, can and is willing to help guide new players and answer questions, kind of like be that point of contact for like the Wikipedia of the game, basically, right? For the while, that's been me, but you know, for lack of a better way of putting it, life is kind of coming at me pretty heavy the last few years, and it's only going to get even more so. So as I inherently become less and less available, not because I'm going to be playing the game less, but because, like, well, not because I'm going to be wanting to play the game less, but because I won't be able to play the game as much as I can now. Just, you know, life. I'd really like to get that put in place, so that, number one, people don't feel like I've abandoned them, and number two, to kind of address those concerns. Make sense? Or am I just kind of like rambling at this point? And y'all are like, hey Juice, shut the fuck up. Respectfully, silence, brother. Silence is golden. Yeah. Alright, good. Good to know I'm not crazy. I think it'll make more sense when you see it. I think I'm gonna do one more giant fox summon because I just got the second ember, and then after that's done, I'm going to go sell my stuff and then hop over to Werewoods Meat for a little bit. All right. All right, there he is. All right. Where are you? There you are. Not bad. Little over 19,000 trash loot in just about an hour. A little bit less than an hour, about 40 minutes. So 19-ish thousand trash loot and one of these this time. That RNG was fucking crazy that first hour. 1.1 billion in just... No, I'm sorry, it was 1 billion even in just the Dawn's Essence. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I honestly don't even think I'm going to sell that stuff because I could kind of use it, if I'm being honest. There we go. Not bad. Alright. Let me pause the music. Alright, let me pause the music so that way I can do the stuff I need to do. Let me just, while I'm here. Alright, let's see. Okay, make my change over on Twitch real quick. Edit stream info. Sweet, and then let's go here. There you are. Where winds meet. Where winds meet. Boop, boop. Where winds meet. I don't know. I think that should be good enough. For the tags, just English, where winds meet. Maybe. Sweet. What's with the face, Odin? What even is that, dude? It just says my avatar. I don't know what that is. It's an interesting one, though. I kind of like that sticker. Oh shit, okay, so it's picking up the music from this one. That's weird, but it wasn't picking it up from BDO. Huh. Bizarre. Okay, whatever. It is what it is, man. Alright. So, just a quick little heads up. The drip is immaculate, and I picked up a dragon. Okay. Alright, so you see what I was saying earlier with this part, Odin? Hey, brother, look, if you were to do that, all I'm going to say is I'm not going to say no. But, yeah, the drip is kind of immaculate. And it is kind of crazy. Like, what they're coming out with for the boat, the next one is, like, China has it already. It's kind of like a giant, like a lion thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's wild. I don't know. If the boat's going on, I might hop on there just for shits and gigs. But for now, let me see what we got going on over here. Oh, 5 free draws. Hell yeah. Gonna go ahead and snag that real quick. Oh, Odin, do you want me to show you the stuff in the shop, or would you rather not? I'll wait to progress until I see your answer, because, like, it's going to determine what I do next. Wow, there's a long delay, I'm realizing now, between, like, where I am live versus where the stream is. It's like a solid 20-second delay. Alright, I'm going to have to learn how to account for that. Don't make me buy the boat. Fucking A, man. Alright, I'm just gonna do these draws. Ah. Come on, buddy. Yeah, oof is right, my friend. Hold on, once I'm done with these, once I'm done with these draws, I'll show you what all is in the store now. So, like, the original stuff, most of it is gone by now. I'm pretty sure it expired yesterday. Like that, like, Phoenix-looking outfit and all that. Alright, last free draw. Come on, baby. Daddy needs a new pair of... damn it. No luck. Oh, well. Oh, I still have one more. Oh, yeah. Come on, buddy. Nope. Womp womp. Alright. So let me show you what they got in the shop these days. So, from the top. right? Like I'm pretty sure that you were still playing the game when this dropped. It's just the white hair with the purple, right? Like that's the only thing. Now, fair warning, you know, from this point down, other than like the horse, um, GG's, my friend. GG's to your wallet. Just, yeah. And then you get this with it too. Holy cinema. Am I right? Just like the fucking aura with that clip, dude. And that plays every time that you win at anything. Okay, yeah. So you've seen it's crazy, man. And the stuff that's coming as well, like this, I don't know. It's not really my thing. I like the little gold, waves that I have pouring off the back of me right now over this, but to each their own. I have this. This is my victory scene. Then the horse. I still can't fucking believe that Rose pulled this from a free draw. Like she just got blessed with a 0.0001% chance horse. Just here you go for free. Insane, man. But yeah, so then they dropped a couple new weapons that give you skins. So like this is the fan. This is the poor quote unquote fan. This is the rich fan. That's fucking crazy. Medium poor, but still kind of cool. Why is it? Okay, yeah. The sword, you've seen this one. It's the one that I have. Yeah, they haven't changed it. Spear, same thing. They added an umbrella, which, I'm not really an umbrella player, but this does look really cool, especially when you get into like the pay to win versions. It looks really cool. Like personally, I love this one. This little like phoenix fire thing. And I didn't know this until a buddy of mine pointed it out to me, but if you notice on the other side, for each upgrade, it changes. So like this is the poor one, right? And it matches it thematically, which that one's fucking cool. This one, I mean, I get like the whole moon aesthetic, but I don't see. So this is the most expensive one, right? Like this is the one that like you probably have to drop about a month's rent to get, if I'm being honest. And I like the like ice mirror filigree thing. Yeah. This is the expensive one. I don't know why it flopped over. That was weird. But yeah, this is the one that's like a month's worth of rent, roughly. It's just crazy. Yeah. So blue dropped. I think it was like no, I think it was like close to 3 grand. Plug. He dropped like close to 3 grand on the spear. To get this one. I have this spear. I just don't have it in this skin. I have the spear, and I have the sword. But my sword, well, I'll show you guys in a second. Yeah, aside from that, they really just added more hairstyles. Um, Nothing too crazy. I have this one. It's kind of cool. The pink for the femboys. This is actually kind of badass. I'm not gonna lie. So there's skill animations. Turn that down. Yeah, my mic is picking it up too. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, so it's a skill animation. So what that does is every time that you use an umbrella skill, it gets replaced with that. But yeah. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. And then I think you've seen this one already, but it's for the twin blade. And this has been out since launch, I think. For the no name spear. Crazy. I'm not really interested in that one. Y'all have seen that. Yeah. Yeah. And then they got this, which is Echoes Unbound. This is kind of crazy. So what they do is they guarantee you all the things within a certain number of draw pulls. So it's like as opposed to dropping, 800 bucks for two harmonic cores to get anything from the main shop. Instead, you drop 800 bucks in here and you get basically all of this, which at the end here, that's 125 free pulls and one fully customized pay to win weapon. Not pay, well, pay to win skin. You know what I mean? The cool skins, right? So like that 100 stones thing will probably give you at least all unlocked on one weapon. And what I mean by that is this. So this is what it looks like when you are going to. It's called Reforge, right? Like when you get the weapon skin from the harmonic cores, and then you put it into here to kind of like make it look prettier, right? Um, I got lucky. I got Startling Thunder, which is the rarest blade type that you can get, and it's also the one that I wanted. And then I got the color Obsidian, which I might try and re-roll that later. But yeah, so in order to get like these, you have to unlock every slot up here, which costs stones. Now at this point, as you can see, because I've locked two of them because I wanted to keep those golds, now each click costs me 5, and that's not like 5 and I'll immediately go to the last one. I still got like 20, maybe 30 to go. Clicks, by the way, not stones. So I'm looking at like maybe $500 roughly, and that's just to finish it out. Like that's not even to guarantee that it looks, like that I get the golds that I want. That's just to finish it out. Probably another 20 clicks, which at 5 stones each, I'm looking at 200 stones. So, yeah, it's a lot. Now, if I didn't have those locked, I could have it done in maybe 10 clicks, maybe, because it would only be 1 stone each. So, like, give me 10 or 20 stones, done, right? Then I just start rolling for the colors, but I don't want to do that specifically because I got that thunder. And I really don't want to have to re-roll for that. That would suck. But yeah, that's pretty much that. All right, now for the guide stuff I was going to do. Let me just get these taken care of really quick. Sweet. All right. Oh, I got more stuff on the battle pass. And away we go. No, I didn't get the pay to win battle pass this time. I just couldn't justify it. Even though, like, the second I do, I get all that stuff on the bottom. I'm just not going to this time. Alright. Oh, Odin, you were asking about us, having difficulty finding people, right? So this might help illustrate it. Number one, enough said. Like we have a lot of those, which I'm really, really happy that they're here. I'm not trying to say that I'm not, but it makes scheduling things for guild events next to impossible. Because, yeah, we have fucking 40 people at level 85, but of that 40 people, let's see, Europe, Hong Kong, Oceania, 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 which this is like Hawaii, Guam, well, no, farther than Hawaii, like Guam, Papua New Guinea, Australia, that stuff. What? We good. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Sorry about that, Odin. I didn't see the profanity check. My bad. Um, yeah, so it's like we got a lot of people who are basically they came over from the Chinese server, um, which is great as far as game knowledge goes because it gives people a point of contact, which is awesome. I love that. The downside is that it makes scheduling events next to impossible. So it's like I would personally love to have that member cap be boosted up just a little bit, which we can do. I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. But right now we're just kind of in an awkward like growing pains in between phase, if that makes any sense. Like we have the people, we just don't have enough people that share the same time zone or general region so that we can coordinate effectively. So another part of the reason why I said honestly, dude, the second that you're ready to come back, let me know and I will clear room. I actually think that we still have a spot or two left open, so I don't think that would be a problem. But as far as expanding that cap goes, so right now we can have 85 people, right? Well, 80. You can see the members and then 8 out of 15 apprentices, which V's using that as like an inactive thing. So, and that's separate from the members, so it's not like we have 77 people and then 8 of them are inactive. It's no, we have 77 active members and then 8 people are kind of like on the hey, if you don't sign in sometime in the next week and a half, you're probably going to get kicked um list. But in order to improve that cap, you need to upgrade this, which is the chamber. And as you can see, we're a little bit short on guild funds to be able to do that. But every time that you bump that up, you are able to add more people. Oh, who's this? Who be this? Who be this? Who be this? Who be this? Who sent me an invite? Dark or true, probably. Who be this? Who be here? What? Oh. Oh yeah, this is the guild base, by the way. We have our own hub. And it's actually kind of dope. We got... Oh, there they are. Who's here? Oh yeah, here's something new that you probably haven't seen. My friend... So we got some new stuff in the guild shop. So when Guild Wars dropped... It's pretty cool. I like it. When Guild Wars dropped, like, I don't know, 2, 3 weeks ago, we started getting this currency called Guild Reputation, which gave us access to a new outfit, the Golden Guard. I don't have it yet. I'm a little bit short on the tokens that you need, but it's still pretty dope. I like it. This is probably like the meta non-pay to win tank costume right now. It's pretty sick. I like it. But yeah, this is the guild base. What's kind of cool is, well, I'll show you this first. So pretty soon we're gonna start having best in guild PvP tournaments, which we can have right here. at the our own private guild arena, and like you can already see arena registration, right? So as Vice, I can set the event to whenever it is that we want. So we're really just waiting on um, really a couple of things: people to show interest, one, and number two, people to kind of be willing to want to learn how to do PvP. Um, and then we'll go from there. But like we already have guild wars like 20 10v10s, 20v20s, 30v30s. It's kind of crazy. They need to fix some bugs on it before we could like truly get involved, but it's an option and it's content that's coming. We just don't know when they're going to have it, all the kinks worked out. But what's really cool, oh, they started already. So we can build at base now, and it costs guild currency to make stuff. But eventually, what like this is all gonna be like all the officers' houses, basically. Like you can just build your shit here, or like I don't know what they were doing. I think they were just experimenting and having fun with it, which is fine. Um, but yeah, it costs guild resources to build this stuff, and then if you wanted it gone for whatever reason, like all you would have to do is just go over it and you hit recycle, and then boom, see, you get guild funds immediately back. So, so long as we have guild funds, go wild, bro. Uh, we're all very much in the experimental phase right now. No, that's my house. We're not going to do that. Yeah, I'll put that back later. But yeah, it's slowly but surely we're getting there. But eventually, this is going to be like our city. And then I've heard that eventually the top guilds are going to get their own server. Like, not. This is technically a private server, but like a map sized server. Like, like, like when I say a mapped size server, I mean like a private guild server that's roughly the size of this region. Maybe like cut off this bit here, but the rest of this would be just our guild. Fucking crazy. Personally, I can't wait. China already has it. We will probably get access to those kind of bases within the next year for sure. Maybe a little bit less. But yeah, short of that, it's gonna be insane, dude. What's coming is, yeah, I'm stoked. Okay, I should probably get into doing some of the content stuff. Unless there was stuff that you wanted to see, Irk. Was there anything else that you wanted to see before I dive into kind of like the guide stuff that I was going to do today? All right, cool. In that case, let me go ahead and get started here. Hold on, I have to pull out my notepad so I can note the time. Um, okay, guide. Where winds meet, guides, start, time from stream. And we are 2 hours, and I'm gonna go 57 minutes. All right, so 10 seconds to get ready. All right. 2, 1. Hi guys, thank you so much for tuning into the channel. My name is Million Juice. I am the Vice Guild Master of Garmoth over here on Where Winds Meet. And I am going to be starting a little bit of a guide series to help out some of the new players and new recruits to the guild kind of get acclimated to the game, avoid some of the pitfalls that I made when I was first starting off, and just kind of like, trying to throw you guys a bone, trying to pass off some of the knowledge that I've attained, and yeah, kind of go from there. So if you guys have any thoughts or things that you guys would like to see in future videos, this content is made almost exclusively for the guild members, so go ahead and feel free to either shoot me or one of the other officers a DM, and we would be more than happy to help kind of accommodate that and get that going. Um, and yeah, so without further ado, what I'm going to start off with is we are going to start off with a couple of really basic concepts to the game just to kind of help, once again, you guys avoid some of the pitfalls that I fell into and that I'm sure many others did as well during the early days. And that is the gear progression and leveling system. So out the gate, we're going to deal with what I consider to be one of the most not necessarily like designed to be a trap, but it ended up being a trap for new players that there is. Um, that would be effectively number one. What do I want to play as? How do I level my gear? And how do I kind of continue to push that power threshold so I can do the content that's either up to date or that I would like to do? First and foremost, to answer the what should I play as, what's beautiful about this game is that there is no, yeah, people are going to tell you, oh, nameless spear, strategic sword, or, twin sword, strat sword, or whatever is meta. Don't listen to them. Meta in this game is so heavily skill based that meta is whatever you feel best playing as. So if that is Umbrella Fan, then be Umbrella Fan. If that's Twin Blade Rope Dart, then be Twin Blade Rope Dart. If that's, Mo Blade, whatever, choose that. Everything has its own. Right now, currently at this point in the game, the only thing that's truly, let's call it class locked, where you don't really have additional combat arts to pair with that weapon other than it's the tank build, is the Mo Blade, and that's going to change pretty soon. The day that I'm recording this, it's currently February 13th, 2026. Uh, the Moblade with the DPS setting is going to be it's going to be hitting global servers here sometime in the next, like, maybe 2.5, 3 months, I'd imagine. Um, so the if you're going to play Moblade, you're locked into a tank. That's not always going to be the case. So if you're watching this video in, like, let's say late May, early June of this year 2026 or beyond, you don't need to worry about that. You'll be just like everybody else. You can really play as whatever playstyle you prefer, whether that be DPS, whether that be tank, whether that be healing. Really, the world is your oyster. Healing is currently also limited to Fan and Umbrella, but those also have DPS components as well. So unlike the Moblade, you're not solely locked into that. So my best advice to you, experiment, especially during the early levels. Nothing really matters much until like around level 40-ish, 40 to 50-ish. That's when all of a sudden the resource cost for upgrading these things starts to get a little bit higher. You might want to start narrowing down as to what playstyle you personally prefer to play as, and then kind of like start to build more in that direction. And by that point, you'll know what you're doing. You'll know sort of what to look out for, what talents to invest in, which will be the next topic that we'll talk about here in just a second, and subsequently how to level those gear items. One little quick caveat on that, because they added this not so long ago, and I personally have found it massively helpful in doing a little bit of catch-up mechanics for some of those earlier builds that I had. Um, So in this game, they have something called a arsenal, which is where is it? No, wrong button. There we go. Where is the arsenal? I don't remember where the arsenal is. Nope. That is one thing about this game. They have stuff. There it is. They have stuff within stuff within stuff, so it can make things a little bit harder to track down at times. So, this is your arsenal. Your arsenal is basically the compository for all of your old builds and gear. And they don't necessarily contribute to stats like defense or DPS or like evasion or anything. What they do contribute to though is your character's overall max health, which especially as you get towards the current end game stuff, and I'm sure this will be true in future end game stuff as well. The more health that you have, no matter what class or role you're playing as, it can only benefit you. So I would highly advise going through the mechanisms that I'm about to lay out here in just a second to make sure that those numbers are as maxed out as they can be. As you can see, I personally am slacking a little bit, you know, 12,631 out of 16,000. So I still got a little bit of catching up to do before I am capped out myself. And I've been playing since launch, so don't feel, oh my god, I have to like rush. It's not that way at all. It's very much a play at your own pace kind of a thing. There's plenty of content to go through in this game, so you're not going to be short of options, I promise. Um, but yeah, so when you do get that gear set that you really, really like, and you're like, oh man, I don't want to give this up. I don't want to have to melt this down or sell it. Don't. Just throw it into the arsenal system. Starting at 51, you can do that all the way through, whatever level the max level will be at the point in time that you're watching this video. I doubt that they'll get rid of this. The arsenal system also has, if you can see on the bottom left, where that icon that underneath it says Bell Strike and it says Switch Path. So what this does is it sources through all of your these for references. These are the, let's call it uh, uh, this is your holy trinity. So this is DPS, this is tank, this is heal, right? And then this is just sort of like a catch-all, all-in-one general utility skill set thing. But this is for those of you who are familiar with MMO systems and the holy trinity of MMO combat, this is your bread and butter. Stone Split is your tank, Silkbind is your healer, Bell Strike is your DPS currently. Now, these categories are going to expand a little bit. We're going to get a couple more DPS options, a couple more healing options, and a couple more tank options. However, what those are going to look like, we don't yet know, but they should retain the same color coordination. So, when in doubt, look at the color. If it's blue, DPS. If it's orange, it's tank. If it's green, it's healing. Generally a good rule of thumb. So that's always helpful. Now, as far as now, if you're like me and you're like, oh, well, I wish that they would have had this when I was at those levels. I'm way past those. What do I do now, Juice? Well, I got an answer for you, my friend. They introduced a currency system not so long ago through the season shop that allows you to get old gear. Now, it doesn't go far back. Currently, oh, I guess it does go all the way back. So it only used to go to 56, I think. I guess they added these in a recent patch. Um, but you can go through the season shop and using a currency called Jadefish, which you're just going to collect naturally as you go throughout the game. Uh, you can then spend that currency on those, let's call it catch-up gear mechanic pieces. So if you felt like you've been left behind, this is a great way to catch up. That you will just accumulate the stuff passively. You are capped at 20,000 fish per week, and it resets every Saturday. However, from my experience, it hasn't necessarily been a challenge. It's only really a challenge if you go into things like the professions, which I'll touch on that in a second as well, because that is kind of important. But otherwise, like if you're just like, hey man, I'm good on that. I just need the catch-up stuff. This is where you're gonna want to go. Now, as far as combat development, this is also a great place to get things like custom martial art tips. So, in order to level up your weapons, which I'll show here in a second, you're going to need to collect a certain amount of tips that fit under the specific weapon category that you're looking to upgrade. Every weapon, every martial art style has its own martial art tip that you need a certain number of in order to increase your gear level. So this is a great place to get those. There are other ways of getting them that I'll touch on here in a second, but just as kind of like a default option, you get 35 of these a week. So that's 35 freebies just out the door. It's not a bad option. This is also a great place to get both Aciliating Jade and Inner Way Notes. Both of these are massively, 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 massively important. Cannot be understated how important these are to your progression in the game. Aciliating Jade is used to upgrade literally everything. Every armor, every accessory, every weapon piece, everything in this game. If it increases your power scaling, you need Aciliating Jade by the bucket loads. Stack this stuff up. During the early levels especially, you're going to be tempted to spend it. Don't. Do not. Save it until at least level 56. Honestly, by the time that some of you may be watching this video and the level cap has been pushed up above 100, you might want to even wait until probably 65 to 71 before you even think about dumping jade fish into purchase. Well, before you think about dumping your stockpile of Aciliating Jade that you've accumulated using jade fish, or just kind of generally collecting it as you play the game. Do not get rid of this stuff. You will hate yourself for it if you do. I promise you. I beat my I beat my head against a wall enough on your behalf. Don't repeat my mistake. With that being said, we're going to move on to the what I consider to be the second most important gear power leveling option in this, and that would be your talents. Talents are, well, your inner ways. Your inner ways are a little bit of a trap, and this is what I mean by that. You'll notice that I have all of these, I have quite a few of these with a number of dots underneath them, right? Well, you'll notice that I have quite a few of them that have the dots underneath them. Every one that you see that has a dot underneath it that I do not currently have equipped, well, with the exception of these two, because well, that's another thing, is a byproduct of a mistake that I made, and it's cost me a lot just in the catch-up time that I've had to make to get some of these things leveled up so I can do some of the basic stuff that I would like to do with my guild members as far as like raids and dungeons and world bosses and just general current end game content. I've probably dumped about 20 to 30 hours just in running various like events and outposts, which are sort of like our dungeons, in order to catch up so I can get the things leveled up that I actually needed leveled up. These things are really hard to come by and really hard to level up, and it only gets harder. So like, show you an example. It takes 10 to get to here, right? Just to open up one, it takes 10. Then it takes 20. Then tier 3, there we go. They're all the same. So tier 3 takes 30. Tier 4 takes 40. Tier 5 takes 100. And then I don't think I have any that are that far yet. Yeah, and then this one right here, I've only seen people do it. I haven't done it myself yet. This takes 1,000. One with 3 zeros after it. to be able to upgrade it. So from tier 4 on, as you can see, it starts to get monumentally more expensive. I did not find that out until about, I don't know, 250-ish hours into the game, and I probably spent another 20 to 25 hours just trying to fix my mistake. Don't be me. My recommendation would actually be to stick with Morale Chant. This one is the only one currently that the Chinese players still use, and for context, China is about, like, content-wise, China is probably like, they've had the game for over a year now, a year and a half at this point. It just launched for us in November, so 4 months ago. Um, they're probably about 8 to 10 months ahead of us currently in content. But Morale Chant is still on every build that I've seen of Chinese players. So it's the one, it is truly the only one that is carried over. So currently, if you're a new player and you're like, hey, I don't really know what to invest in, two pieces of advice for you. Number one, do these things one at a time. One of the mistakes that I made is that I tried to kind of like generalize them, which is why you see like I have 85 out of 100 here, 39 out of 100 here. You know, I'm kind of scattered all over the place. Um, do them one at a time. There's a mathematical law. I hate math with a fiery passion, but in this case, it is very helpful. There's a law called the law of large numbers, which basically says that if you throw enough shit at the wall, eventually something's going to stick, right? So if you, in each of these breakthrough items, breakthrough tips would be a one for one, right? So if you get a draw, it might just be easier to show you. So you go to tips exchange, and then for every 5, you can get 1 tip. Now, you see at the bottom right where it says 3 and how I have to pay 15 of those little of the currency in order to get them. When I do that, it lets me choose from the school that I would like to source the um, martial art from, or the inner way from. Since I am this one in particular, I'm just going to go ahead and grab those. And then boom. Oh, cool. I got a morale chant. And then boom. Right away, I get 3 new tips that then contribute towards it. Well, what you can do if you don't, like, let's say that you got, 40 of these, right? And you're like, all right, well, I only need the one for morale chant. What you can do is you can highlight the ones that you can select the ones that you don't want, and you can recycle them. See at the bottom right where it says recycle gain and 7 of those currency things. I can then hit confirm, confirm again, and then boom, all of a sudden I have 7 more of those currency options that I can then put back into the tip exchange to get more tips. And that was completely RNG carried, by the way. There was no editing in this. That was that just happened. um, but yeah, and then what's great, in my opinion, is that, like, let's say that you're like, hey, well, what if I don't want to be locked in to one specific build or play style forever? Does that mean that let's say that I want to change something up? Let's say that I'm a DPS now and I want to be a healer or a tank at some point in the future, or I just want to change the talents that I have because to a new DPS setup because, I want to play those weapons or what have you. You're not locked in permanently. You can use the conversion system to allow to change over certain inner way talents to match whatever it is that you would like to do. Now, you only get 4 conversions for free per season. I have not gone past that, so I don't know what the cost, quote unquote, would be. What I can tell you is that every time that you do one of these conversions, it puts it on a week cooldown. Both of the things that you converted. So if you do the conversion and you're like, oh, hey, I don't really like this playstyle anymore. I'd rather go back to my old one. You can, but you're going to have to wait a week before you can change your inner ways back over. And then it would still, if you did all four of them, then you would have to pay the cost, whatever that may be. Or you could wait until the new season and then do it then. For that reason, especially for new players, and mid-game players, I would recommend saving your conversions until right around the end of the current season, so that way you can just roll right into the next one. And effectively, you would get 8 free conversions as opposed to 4, and then waiting, 2 months and then getting another set of 4. It'll just kind of make things a little bit easier, and it'll make things a lot more forgiving, so that you'll have that buffer in the event that, like I had alluded to beforehand, you try it out and realize that, hey, I like my old play style better. You won't be sitting on your hands for a month waiting for the new season to come around, so you don't have to pay whatever the fine would be to do that conversion. You can just, okay, I made a mistake, and then just swap right back. So, little, nugget of information for you. Now, on to the part that I said the oscillating jade is incredibly important. Incredibly, 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 incredibly important. And that's down here under the gear tab where it says enhance. This is predatory if you are not aware of what you are doing. And this is what I mean by that. So as you can see, I am not max level on any of these yet. These you can't even work yet. But my armor and my weapon pieces, I am basically a nothing burger. The reason for that is you see over on the right where it says enhancement materials. You see that second one down. Don't worry about the top one. That's only for the end game stuff. If you are like literally anything below level 80, you won't even need that. It'll be something else, which is a lot easier to come across, so don't worry about it. What you do need to worry about is the third through the fourth line item on there. Oscillating Jade, you'll notice that it's every single tap costs 50 right now, and that number is going to only go up. I currently only have 1,062, which means, and all of these are going to go to level 40. So I got, 200, 250, 500, 750, 1,020. I got like more than what I currently have, right? And this is just to get the last literally 5 levels of my gear boosted up. Give you some perspective and why I say to hold on to your oscillating jade as much as you can and just stockpile it. That number isn't anywhere near that high for a lot of the lower levels. Most of the time it's between like 5 and 10 at most. Once you cross over the 71 threshold, that number starts to stack up a lot faster, and you'll bleed through, 7 or 8,000 oscillating jade just between 71 and 81. It's kind of crazy. So what I would recommend is like level 71 and 81, not equipment gear. 71 and 81 level wise is like 15 to where I am now, roughly. Um, so it very, very quickly starts to stack up. So I would highly recommend just sitting on your oscillating jade until you get to at least level 56. Right now, honestly, if you're watching this video and the level cap is increased to anything above 100, I would probably either A, try and find a more recent video, in which case this information would have been updated in, or B, just straight up wait until you're at least level 65, probably level 71 at that point, before you think about dumping your oscillating jade. It'll bite you if you do it otherwise. So save yourself the pain. Aside from that, you'll notice that the third line item down is a common piece of material that's not necessarily difficult. There are a whole bunch of ways that you can gather these materials, and everything all the different like weapons and armors require different things. Like as you can see, my weapons here they require raw ore, and then the armors they require coarse fur, both of which can be bought from your local general goods vendor. If you have life supplies support boxes from your daily logins, you could also use those. I would recommend stacking your life supply support boxes as much as you can, because I've heard tell that the late game upgrade materials are really, really, really hard to come across. And in some cases, the best ways to get those materials, well, they're hard to come across in the numbers that you need them. The best way to get those materials would be the life supplies box, especially seeing as how the vendors they run out of materials after that 99 and they don't reset for another week. So if you get that 99, you're like, but I need 120. The life supplies box are going to be your saving grace there. You could also farm the materials in the open world naturally. For the coarse fur, you can get it through hunting various things, which hunting isn't like it's not like in BDO, like where you have games like BDO where you have like a separate like a life skilling hunting system. That doesn't necessarily correlate here. You really just got to kill the thing and then it'll drop whatever material it is that you need. Well, for these at least. These are pretty much a one for one. You kill it, you'll get the material. That's not the case for many other resource options within this game. So just kind of keep that in mind. Then last but not least, what is currently the bane of my existence and is a bit of a problem. It's a known problem. The devs have been made very much aware that this is a pain point for the community. What they'll do about it, time will tell. But the coin system in this game, as you can see, it says it right there, daily made coin. So there is a cap to how much currency of any type that you can make in this game, either daily or weekly, depending on what it is. In the case of coins, like the money that you use to buy stuff in game, not in the like from the in-game vendors, not from the like shops or whatever, not through like the draw stores or anything like that, or the season shop. They put a hard cap on it. You can only make 175,000 coin per day, which is kind of a bummer, especially when you get towards the end of your upgrading sessions. And as you can see, every individual click for every individual piece costs me about 22,000 right now. So with that 175,000 click, I would only be able to upgrade, let's see, let's just round it up to 25 for example's sake, and then I'll knock it off later. So 25, 50, 75, 100. I'd only be able to do, everything but one of my pieces. And that's just one tapping it. That's not even going all the way through. That's literally leveling all of my gear but one level each would cost me an entire day's worth of coin, and I wouldn't be able to spend that on anything else. It's a problem. It is. There's no other words for it. It's a problem. Um, yeah. So hopefully the devs at least increase the cap a little bit to make it not quite as predatory. This isn't necessarily a problem if you're under level 56, just because the cost of things doesn't necessarily correlate to that cap, so it would be like more fair, for lack of a better way of putting it. But anything 65 and up, sorry, man. The best advice that I can give you is just, stack your cash as much as you can and try and not spend it week or day to day, week to week. If you do got to spend it, try and spend as minimal as you can and just let small number become big number over time. And then, hopefully it won't be a problem for you. So that's the short version about sort of the gear progression system in this game. There is one last bit that I'm going to touch on here. Well, two last bits that I'm going to touch on here. and that would be the individual martial arts. So as the game continues, the first thing that I would recommend is, especially like levels 1 through, let's say, 35, um, try and unlock all the different martial arts. You need to unlock the martial arts so that that way you could kind of get a feel for them and figure out what playstyle you like best. You can't know what your favorite flavor of ice cream is unless you've tried all of the available flavors. Does that make sense? So before you are like, oh my gosh, I love this and I'm not going to try anything else. Look, if you have your love at first sight moment with a class, I'm not going to get in your way. Do your thing, live your life. I would strongly recommend, though, especially if you're not used to this sort of a combat system or like the wuxia sort of weapon styles, sample all of it, especially while you're in the early levels when upgrading things is really cheap and it doesn't really cost much of anything. Um, yeah, it can only help you. It can only kind of like expand your own knowledge and subsequently give you a better overall experience. Because I'm telling you, once you get above, let's see, once you get like above level 40, it starts getting hard. As you'll see here, so I only need, you remember those tips that I was talking to you guys about earlier? How you can get them through the season shop? This is what you spend them on. In order to upgrade your stuff, you need those tips of that weapon type. So this is Inkwell fan. This is the ranged DPS fan. So I would need, and it goes off of Silkbind, Jade, which is different from the healing one. Um, so I would, need to get 4 of those just so that I can bump this up to 41, and then I'd probably need another 4 to 5 to hit 42, and then so on and so forth. You get the idea. And then these are the ones that are definitely a pain. You'll find these throughout the open world, and you'll find these as you kill things and complete quests and just kind of go through the game as normal. They change with each tier. So here we go. So bone renewal tunic. This is the healing umbrella, the other healing option or the other healing weapon that you have in this game besides the fan currently. And you'll notice that I have all of a sudden 4 to 8, right? And that's just going up one tier. So this is tier 2 to 3, this is tier 3 to 4. All of a sudden I need 4 more of those tips. And I'm going to need that same number every single level from tier 4 all the way through until the start of tier 5, when all of a sudden I'll need even more. Where's my fan? There it is, Panacea fan. So like you'll see, this is like going from tier 4 to tier 5, and now I need 12. That number just keeps on getting higher, man. So definitely would recommend checking out all of the options that you can for the various martial arts and the weapons that go with them while you're still under level 40, because 40 on, things start to rapidly get much more expensive. So avoid yourself the pain and don't really try and commit, quote unquote, to any sort of gear path or weapon path until you've sampled everything. All right, now moving on to the mystic skills. These are a little bit of a trap. They're not quite as um, evil as some of the other things that I've illustrated, especially that those tips, the martial arts tips and talents. Those can seriously set you back. This, not so much. This, you don't really necessarily need all of the shiny bells and whistles on these things. They do help quite a lot. Like you can see just this boost, right? Like I get a 0.01% increase in my physical attack, which equates to, what would that be? 8 more actual damage done by the skill. So it's not important, but I wouldn't necessarily make it your main focus. Uh, Once you cross the threshold and you're like, all right, I'm level, well, Juice, I'm level, 65. Should I start focusing on those? Brother, you should have been focused on those from about 55 on. Not focused on them, they're the only thing that you're throwing your resources at. Focus on them that you start contributing to them with consistent effort. That's going to be where you're going to be spending most of your time grinding. And it's also a little bit predatory. So you see those resources at the bottom there? Uh, the hold on, let me pull it up. The ebon ores. So these ebon ores you're gonna get by clearing various things in the game. Mostly outposts. You can get them from clearing some bosses and doing some guild events, and some from login rewards. But the bulk of them are going to come from clearing outposts. Outposts are to this game what dungeons are to most other MMOs. So an outpost is these things, the Tiger Forts, and like for this one, for example, it's going to cost me 20 energy at base to be able to run these, right? And the energy system is another thing that I'll get on here in just a second. Short version, just for context, you need energy to do almost everything in this game that's not PvP or um, social content. But literally, all PvE stuff, whether it be world bosses, whether it be reruns of main story quest bosses, whether it be, challenges and trials, whether it be whatever, anything, it's all going to cost you energy. If you want to run a guild raid or a raid with your friends in general, that's going to cost you, you know, 60 energy per. If you want to run a arena thing, which is the PvP, it's not going to cost you any energy, as you can see. So, yeah, I'll touch on that more in a second. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds there. Suffice to say, those ebon ores are really, really hard to come by, especially when you start running out of energy and you start running out of the materials that you need to recharge your energy, which is weekly gated. Um, they start disappearing pretty quick. So I would personally recommend stacking up on your ebon ores during the early levels, and then don't think about investing in these things until probably, like I've said for many other things in this guide, probably like level 56, 61-ish is when you're going to want to start really looking into those. And by then you should have a stockpile of several hundred. So you should be able to, at the very least, get some of your basic skills and your basic the things that you use the most often, whether it be PvE or PvP, upgraded. So that would be a great, probably one of the best pieces of advice that I've left to you guys in this guide so far, is for sure just stack that ebon iron ore. Don't spend any of it if you can get away with it until you're at least level 56, preferably level 61 to 65. And then after that, go crazy. By then you should have a general idea of what it is that you're doing. If you don't, please feel free to reach out and ask either an officer or just anybody in guild. Most of us, actually all of us, would be more than happy to help you out. Okay. Talents, you don't really got to worry about this so much. You'll kind of accumulate this stuff as time goes on. This is all just, stuff that you unlock naturally as you play the game. And there's no real like meta applicability to this. Sorry guys, I need to get some water. Um, there's no real like meta applicability to this. Yeah, it gives you like a handful of percentage points more in some resistances and like a little bit more damage and like crit rate and accuracy and stuff like that. I'd like to give you an example. Uh, if it'll let me. Here we go. So like there are some that are pretty useful, like this one for example. Um, you can survive fatal damage once, and you recover 20% HP and gain 3 seconds of invulnerability on a 2-minute cooldown. But it only works in solo mode. So if you're out grinding mobs and you bite off a bit more than you can chew, it's really nice to have this because it kind of gives you a little bit of a cushion in the failsafe, especially if you're not a healer and you're just kind of surviving off of the parry system, the dodge system, and potions, right? This is nice to have in your back pocket. You will unlock this as time goes on. You should have this by probably level 45-ish. You should have it unlocked enough talent points to be able to get to this one. And then, as you can see, it just continues to go on. And yeah, I don't even have the newer stuff yet. I'm working on that myself right now. But yeah, so these are definitely things that you would want to invest the time to get. In the way that you unlock talent points, it's super easy. You can either complete the main story, side story, or just general world explanation. You can also earn enlightened points that contribute to the unlocking of talent points by just exploring the open world, opening chests, um, you know, gathering sometimes. Some of the gathering materials in this game, they do give you enlightenment points for collecting them. They're few and far between though, so I wouldn't bank on that. Your main source of these is going to be completing the main story and side story stuff. There is also a lot of, let's call them pop-up events that happen in the game, just kind of like in your general proximity, and the game will auto spawn these to kind of keep engagement going so that you're not running out of stuff to do. They are called, there they are. They're called exploration quests. So as you can see, I have a couple of them here. And then once you start them, they're locked in. There are some of them that are time locked, and they'll tell you when they are, hey, you have X number of time or whatever to finish this. Um, for the most part, though, they're not going to have that. So this is going to be the main source of those talent points that you're going to need. Well, that you're going to want so that you can upgrade your character and kind of make yourself just a little bit more useful no matter what playstyle you play as. Highly recommended. Now, on to some of the, let's call it, more predatory than normal because they don't really warn you about this stuff. The sect system. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord, the sect system. Okay, so the sect system in this game operates a lot like conceptually how guilds, not player guilds, guilds like in Skyrim and Elder Scrolls series guilds, like the Mages Guild, Fighters Guild, Thieves Guild, stuff like that. It operates a lot how they operated, but it's a little bit more immersive. And this is what I mean by that. So this is a list of all of the sects that are currently in the game. Well, that the game is going to have that we're aware of right now. We don't have access to all of them yet. I don't think China does either. But the ones that we do have access to have proven that they are much more immersive than any other sort of, let's call it a faction system, that in any other game that I personally have ever played ever. So to start things off, Midnight Blade is the one that I currently am in. This is your Assassin's Guild. These are your PvP Andes. These are the people who, they just basically want to go around and grief people all day long. Yes, I am toxic. I am aware. It's fun. I'm sorry. Um, the reason that I personally really enjoy this guild is because I like the challenge, and like I play on this thing called Legendary Mode, which is basically like, uh, uh, you know, stepping into obscene amounts of pain. You basically put the game on an Elden Ring setting, for lack of a better way of putting it. It becomes Dark Souls. The simplest, easy level one mob can kill you in a handful of hits if you're not careful. Um, So because of that, I typically like the challenge. And in Midnight Blades, they have a for some people it can be very immersion breaking, which is why I'm putting this in here. It's part of the reason why I'm doing this whole section, because I found this out the hard way. So the officer thing for Midnight Blades is called the Sufferer. Let me show you. So I just rejoined, which is why it says Novice Cultivator. I was in another one, Well of Heaven, that I'll touch on in a second because of the story that I'm about to tell you. So in Midnight Blades, getting the Truth Walker is really, really, really easy. You have to kill an NPC that's part of a quest, and bammo whammo. You do like three other things after that, and then boom, like you're immediately a Truth Walker. Now, if you want to get the officership position, which is called Elder or Sufferer, you got to kill somebody who's already an Elder or a Sufferer. And those are players. And you can only find them in the online mode. And if you are a Midnight Blades officer in the online mode, it's called Sufferer, you can get jumped at any point in time, even mid mini game, and it will not stop to wait for you to exit the mini game. They will just gank you and take your officership position, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. You could also lose your officership position if you fail to log in for 3 days straight. However, from my experience, that is nowhere near as immersion breaking as being mid wrestling match and you're in a sumo costume where you don't even have access to your stuff, and it's like a 7-second window between when you get, flagged on basically and the beating starts, because you don't got to accept it's a default acceptance. It's automatic. So you don't get the option to say no. And you don't get the option to, oh, wait until I'm out of this mini game. Nope, they will start beating you in the sumo suit. Um, and you have to wait, 5 to 7 seconds, depending on what kind of a system you're running, to even exit the mini game situation so that you could then start fighting back. Suffice to say, it's a little busted, and I personally think that the devs, I get the idea that they were going for with this, but I think that letting players jump other players mid minigame only disincentivizes them from playing online at all. Um, because the whole reason to play the online section of this game, like the online mode of this game, is it's basically a lobby. Like you go in there, you do social events, you can do cultivation stuff. If you're an RPer, you can RP. It's not necessarily the place that you go to grind or to experience much of the game content. If you want to grind with people, they have an option for that. It's co-op mode, and it's, in my opinion, probably the best way to go about it. But if you're in Midnight Blade and if you want to play an online mode at all, if you're an officer, you're kind of setting yourself up to get jumped. So I personally hope that they change that a little bit. It would be great if they were to at least add like a, hey, you've been flagged. Here's 15 seconds to get out of whatever it is that you were doing so you can get ready. I think that that would definitely push the game in a positive direction, for members of the Midnight Blade sect, because it is super immersion breaking. Super immersion breaking. So that's the Midnight Blade. That is one of two very, uh, let's call it toxic setups that are currently in place in the sex right now. I'm going to touch on the second one here in a second. That I guarantee you, if you play this game for any length of time, like longer than a couple of days, chances are you are going to join these guys not of your own free will. And that would be the nine mortal ways. The nine mortal ways are your scammers. And I mean that literally. They are kind of the equivalent of the Thieves Guild in this game, but with a little bit of extra spice in the sense that, well, for example, one of the things that a Nine Mortal Ways member can do, and all these guys are IRL players, like they're real people. They're not NPCs or bots. They can put out, like you guys know in other MMOs where you have like people will like shout quote unquote stuff, or they'll say stuff to the server or what have you. Well, in this game, those are called red envelopes. Red envelopes are kind of like megaphones in other games. Well, Nine Mortal Ways has their own red envelope that anybody who clicks on it gets robbed a couple hundred gold. Yeah, it's annoying. I mean, I get it. A lot of people find it fun, and I've been got myself a couple of times. It is kind of like, haha, okay, whatever. Um, but be careful because on top of that overt, do not redeem scam thing that they got going on, uh, they kind of pretend to be every other sect. And as you're going through the game, like you'll try and be like, oh, I want to join Velvet Shade, which is basically TMZ in this game. Um, they're like tabloid people. Or I want to join Silver Needle, which is like the healers of the game. Or I want to join Well of Heaven, who are basically Robin Hood. Um, you'll try and track down the different ways to join those sects, and you'll think, and this is the part that's like evil in my opinion, you'll think that you've made it into that sect, and then all of a sudden you won't be in that sect, as you can see right here. Will of Heaven, Sacked Master, Lone Cloud, Sacked Master. Yeah, it's rough. So you'll go through the entire recruitment thing for whatever sect it is that you would like to join, and then all of a sudden you realize that you're not talking to the correct person because it says sacked instead of sect, and they have like little tiny, if you're not really paying attention, you'll just blow right past it, details, and then all of a sudden you'll find yourself in the nine mortal ways, and it can be annoying. So something to be aware of if you want to impose that chaos on others. This is going to be your home. These are very much your people, your fellow toxicas. Um, I like to rag on Nine Mortal Ways. They really are a really fun bunch. I was among them for a while. Um, very, very, very like, hey, pull my finger kind of a group. But they can be a riot. They can be a great time too. So if you like that sort of stuff, that's going to be your home. Next up is the Silver Needles, as I had said beforehand a few minutes ago. Getting some water here, 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Silver Needle are your golden retriever people in this game. Well, that's not true. They're your Instagram models in this game. They want all of the attention. They will heal you of whatever it is that you've been inflicted with in this game. Side note, injuries are very much a thing in this game, very much in games like Fallout or certain survival games like Days or stuff like that. You can get sick, and you can get hurt, like broken bones, concussions, stuff like that. Those injuries will get worse if they're not treated, and eventually they'll basically cripple your character until you get healed. They're is an in-game healing option. There's a little healer's hut that you can pay a certain fee and get most things fixed. But past a certain threshold, you're not going to be able to use those services to get yourself fixed up. So you're going to need to turn to a Silver Needles member in order to do that. These are all, keep in mind, every single sect in this game is 100% player run. There is not a single NPC aside from the recruiters and, people at the bases who are obviously bots or, merchants. But aside from that, this is entirely player run. So when you recruit somebody, you won't be getting a bot, you'll be getting an actual player. And they take payment in the form of likes, which is why I refer to them as Instagram models. And if you don't give them their 5 likes for their services as payment, they can be some of the pettiest people. Like I've had conversations with some of them that they create actual lists of people who don't give them their likes, and then they basically blacklist that player across across all Silver Needle sect members. Yeah, that's a thing. Like I said, petty. Um, and after a certain point, if you don't have access to these people, you basically can't play the game because your character becomes so broken that no healer in the game that's not a Silver Needles member can heal them. And if you forgot to give that one healer their 5 likes one time, they can very much like there's a thing that I heard way back in the day. I'm kind of an animal nut. Um, there's a thing that I heard way back in the day about crows and how they can pass off generational hatred. Like the grandparent crow will tell its grandchild crow about some shithead teenager who threw a rock at it 20 years ago, and the grandparent and the grandchild crow will basically get a genetic memory of the person who threw the rock, and if they see that person within their lifetime, they'll shit on them or do something to bug them or what have you. That's very much the thing with Silver Needle as well. If you don't give them their likes, they will pass off their hatred of you to every other person in the sect, and you'll get blacklisted, and it's super toxic. So watch out for these guys. Make sure that you pay them what they're due. Um, yeah, kind of sorry about that mic bump. Kind of enough said there. Moving on. Well of Heaven. This is the group that I was in most recently. I switched to Midnight Blades for resources, basically. Didn't want to go around and grind some stuff, and I had some extra cash lying around, and they sell it in their sex shop, so I just went there. Well of Heaven is basically Robin Hood. So these are the bromance sect. In game, these are probably the most helpful people that you'll find. These are the guys that will. So they actually advance in rank through the sect by helping people in game. And by people, I mean other players. So these are some of the rules for them. Every week, you have to perform a certain number of what's called chivalrous deeds, basically helping other players complete content. Excuse me, whether that be mini games or running strongholds or running bosses or this, that, or the other. If it involves helping another player complete content, regardless of what it is, Well of Heaven are your guys. In game, they are some of the nicest people that I have yet met, if I'm being completely honest. Super, super helpful, super, super reliable, and it's a genuineness. Like it's not like I'm doing this just because we're playing a game and blah 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 blah. It very much seems to attract people that, for lack of a better way of putting it, this is a cross section between a fraternity, like a college fraternity, but a college fraternity that donates their time on the weekend to feed the homeless. You know, like yeah, it's a good old boys club. They're very much the testosterone driven, thing, but at the same time, they will go out of their way to help you, and for more than just clout. Um, they actually have a so like with the coin thing, right? How I was saying earlier on in the guide that you can only make a certain number of daily coin per day. It's like 175,000. That number is you haven't even you have like another cap just by being a member of the Well of Heaven because they don't want you to make too much money. It's their second rule, valor above gold. Weekly earnings should not be excessive, otherwise you lose 100 precept value, which is it's kind of like their way of ranking you. So it's yeah, it's like if you're an officer, you can basically get kicked down to a rookie by having too much money. Yeah, it's so like if you make that 175,000 a day, and you do that 2 or 3 days in a row, expect to get dinged by these guys. So if you are focusing on like just stacking cash and trying to be the rich person in this game, Will of Heaven probably isn't for you. If you are somebody who would kind of like to kind of be like a all-in-one go-to person for your friends in this game or for just people in general in this game, and if you want to acquire a lot of game knowledge and how to like work the different systems and what the different mechs are for certain bosses and stuff like that, and subsequently pass that information on, this is definitely going to be your home. You're going to love it here. Honestly, great guys. Unfortunately, Raging Tides, Lone Cloud, Mohist Hill, and Hollow Vale are not currently in game yet, so I don't really have a whole lot of information regarding those that I can give to you guys. Masked Troop, it says that it's here. It's not really here yet. It's supposed to drop on the 17th, which is in 4 days from now. Um, so they just kind of like have the bones of it up so that people could see, but like there's currently nobody that's there right now. So I don't really have any information to give you about them. And I've already gone over Velvet Shade. These are basically your how do I put this politically correctly? Uh, Hugh Hefner would have gotten along great in here. Yeah, yeah, pretty much enough said there. If you know, you know. If you don't, no, I'm not going to tell you that. Yeah, so that's pretty much it as far as the sex go. Okay, so let's see. What else do I have to go over? I think that might be about it for today. Yeah, so this has really just kind of been a general. Oh, that's right. There was one other thing that I wanted to go over, the professions. So, one last thing to touch on, just as sort of like a generalistic guide. We're going to get into more nitty gritty about like boss mechs and how to source different items to help increase your damage and this, that, and the other in future guides. This is really just designed to be a basic, bare bones. Let's get these people some basic information about the game so that they can avoid some of the pitfalls that some of us more experienced people fell into. And this is going to be my last little tidbit of advice for you guys as far as this guide goes. So, this game offers something called a profession system, which has a direct correlation to some of the items that you could use in game. And what I mean by that is for things like healing potions, they scale with level, and the items change with that difference in scaling of level. And this is what I mean by that. So, when I go into my healer section and I go all the way over to medicine, you'll see that I currently have all of these medicines unlocked. If you look at underneath the usage requirements, you'll see that each of these has a level associated with it. So this is 81, 61, 41, 20, and then 1. So this is the one that you're going to start with. What they don't tell you is that these also have profession level gates. So you have to be a certain profession level in order to make the potion for that level. So if you are level 60, let's say, and or let's say that you're level 65, so you should be using these because this is where your health is going to be. This is going to be the one that you're going to want to use for basically all content in the game. But you don't have the profession level, so you're stuck back here, for example. So you're not here, or God forbid, back here. It's You're probably not going to have a very good time because you're going to be blowing through these things like crazy. You're going to find yourself dying left, right, and center, and it's going to hurt your experience considerably. What I recommend doing, and I recommend doing this basically as soon as you start collecting jade fish, is as you collect your jade fish, your weekly jade fish, go over to the season shop, go over to profession development, and buy these things called career notebooks. As you can see, every week you get 500 of them. That 500 alone should get you through from 1 to 20 just in 1 week. So you should be able to go from the hemostatic powder, that level 1 potion, straight to the wounded bomb, or at least be able to make it within that first 1 week. After that, weeks 2 on, it's going to take you about 2 weeks to get to each next tier of potion on average. That's not a one for one. I've known people who have done it in less time, but a good solid measuring stick is about 2 weeks in between each tier of potion. And I know for sure that that is true between 61 and 81 because I just did it over the course of the last few weeks. And I doubt that that'll change, if I'm being completely honest. Now, if they increase the jadefish cap and you start being able to, or they increase the weekly stock amount and you start being able to get 1,000 of these a week, then I might need to update this guide at that point in time and give you guys a little bit more up-to-date information and how to kind of go about it then. However, for now, as of the 13th of February in 2026, the 2 week from 41 on is very much the standard rate. So if you feel like you're behind, you're not. Now, that's pretty much all that I got for you guys today. There are a couple of other things in this game that I would like to touch on as time goes on. But, this guide's already going to be a little bit over an hour, so I feel like that should be enough to give people at least the basics. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching. Thank you so much for joining this guild and for all the support and time that you spent with us. We greatly appreciate that you guys are here, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, take it easy. All right, through 4 hours, 5 minutes, even. Sweet. No, Odin. So it wasn't you that scammed me. I got scammed. Have you been to the base yet? So Nine Mortal Ways, they dropped their sect base opened up. Have you been to it yet in the game? Bro, all right, hold on. Let me show you. It's kind of insane. So literally everything in this fucking base is a scam. I'm not kidding. I'll sacrifice some gold and open some of the things so that you can see it. And I've done a lot of the mini quests already, so I can't really like show you some of those. But literally everything in this fucking place is a scam. You kneel here, I just lost money with that. Bound Beyond Generations. Watch. Alright, so I'm going to leave this, right? So that you can see that I'm not kidding. I'm going to go to my currencies. Right? Alright. Yeah, see? Fuck, I just lost 500 right there. I was at 68,936. Now I'm at 68,436. Literally, just for fucking kneeling down. Nothing else. I lose 500 gold. So watch that number 68436, right? I go. I'm not even gonna talk to those guys. Fuck you. I go up here. This is like the throne room, basically, right? They have a little newsletter right here. I open this. I touch any of these. Literally any of them. Okay, it didn't go down that time. I think it's because I already opened it once. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's wild. I guess like if you've already been scammed once, it won't scam you again because that took 1,000 from me the first time that I opened it. But then they have like mini games, and I'm not gonna ruin it for you because it actually is pretty fun, especially if you are a midnight or not a midnight blade, a Nine Mortal Ways sect member, and like this is your thing. I don't want to ruin the experience for you, but the next time that you hop in game, for sure check it out, brother. You'd love it. It's so much. It's kind of wild. I'm not gonna lie, and it's just fun. Oh yeah, like this guy, right? Like Zhang Er. How many chicken wings they paying you to play? I've worked so hard. Liar. Ugh. Wrong, Yuan. If you know, you know. It's just funny, man. They got a haunted house. It's kind of cool. Let me see if I can find it again. I think it's in here. Yeah, I think it's in here. Oh, no, it must be higher. Somewhere in here, there's like a haunted house, haunted mansion sort of thing right now. Oh, here we go. Here's another one. So it's a fake chest, right? And then if you try and steal from it, you can't. It's just there. Good thing I use Celestial Seas. It's a trap and you die. But you can't open it. Oh, you're playing BDO? Okay. Sorry, man. I got caught up in the Nine Mortal Ways base. I just looked over. Ugh. Oh, man. Alright, buddy. I think that's going to be it for me today. It's about 11 o'clock over here, and I got stuff I got to do in the morning, so I think I'm going to call it. Odin, my friend, it is always a pleasure. I will see you at Bosses tomorrow, yeah? Alright, buddy. I'll see you then. Have a good night, alright?